Good morning, everyone. This is Racer Andy, and we are coming to you live from myracedata.com. And we are here in Central Florida region, SCCA finale for the Central Florida region. And it's about 20 minutes of 11. We're just getting everything set up. And right now out on track, we have some of the production-based cars. Thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy, and we are coming to you live from Sebring International Raceway. This broadcast is brought to you by myracedata.com. And there's some of those beautiful race cars out there on the track. Hopefully the stream is coming through in nice high definition. Let us know how the picture looks. Like I say, this is the R1 T3 STL STU. These are production-based cars. Your leader is the number 16 of Rod and Yanesi, and there's about 8 cars in this run group, and this is a 20-minute race, and they're about halfway through right now, and we're going to bring you some of the other classes here after this. What a beautiful shot. I hope you guys are getting a good look at these race cars. I hope you can hear the sounds of the cars on the stream. We've been working on our audio setup, and we've got a microphone pointed over their track side, and it's turned out to be a pretty nice day. We were greeted with some overnight showers, and the track, the corner workers were literally out there blowing the racetrack off, at about 6 o'clock this morning, and so and the track was a little bit moist, but as you can see, the sun is out and it's gotten quite a bit brighter. And so if you haven't already, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button because it helps the channel. And if you're a Central Florida racer, please subscribe and support our channel. We're going to be out here bringing these races to everybody live. And it's a beautiful day. The sun is out. and it's a little bit breezy, which is kind of actually nice and keeping us cool because it's kind of a hot day. It's about 90 degrees out there, so it's nice to have. It's in the high 80s at least, so it's nice to have a little bit of a breeze. And like I say, this is the Touring 3 STL, STU, and R1 guys. Uh, and there's Racer Andy up in the photographer's nest, and we're trying to monitor the race online and keep you up to date on how these guys are doing. What a beautiful race car that one is. So thanks everybody for joining us. We're going to be on the air for the most of the rest of the afternoon. We've got a lot of racing ahead of us. This is the Central Florida region finale, but we've got another race next month, the Turkey Trot, and I think that also there's a race down in Homestead in a couple of weeks. We haven't been down to Homestead to try to stream yet, so we might give it a go if we get some folks that sound interested in seeing the race down there. And so how's my battery doing there? You guys let me know if the battery starts to die, okay? It looks like it's getting down there. And so we might have to take that camera offline for a minute while we plug in the dummy battery, because it looks like we might be very close to running out of juice on the main battery, on the main camera. So like I say, we're about I'd say 6 or 8 minutes left in this race, and I'm trying to get the schedule set up too so I can see that. Okay, we're going to switch to the other camera, which I haven't been showing too much of because I think it's a little out of focus. Let me see if I can. As you see, that's our second cameraman there. And yeah, that camera looks like it's not very well focused. Okay, bear with us for a second here while I swap the batteries out. Woo. And we've been running the setup here for several hours, so how you doing, Betty? Yeah, it's on YouTube. Hang on a sec. It's on YouTube. If you go to YouTube, type into the search "My Race Data," "My Race Data." Yeah. Thanks, pal. Okay, we've replaced the battery in the main camera. Hopefully, you guys will be seeing that. There's your season champion, and our understanding is that they're going to go ahead and let these guys take victory laps if they have time. And I think there might be a chance that there's some afternoon showers coming, but but they don't seem to be trying to accelerate the schedule. So if you bear with me for just 1 second, I'm trying to get a schedule up here. Okay, so that was the STL T3, the Touring 3 guys, and that was Group 1. So, okay, so we've got a total of another 6 races coming to you. This morning they ran Group 4, which is the vintage guys, and they were out on track for first thing at 8 o'clock this morning. And then the Wings and Things guys ran, and we just prior to when we came on the air, the Spec Racer Fords and the B specs and the D specs. And you're going to get another chance to see all those guys again in later on today. So if I'm looking at the schedule correctly, what we're getting ready to see next should be the improved touring group, which includes improved touring R, S, A, B, C, IT7, ITEZ, and the T4, the touring 4 guys. So basically, this is going to be the IT race, and with all varieties of improved touring cars. When I say IT, I'm referring to the class improved touring, and there's a lot of different ways that the SCCA specs these cars. So I'm trying to get the awning a little tighter because the wind is definitely picking up, and so we don't want the awning to go flying. And we're right out here in Green Park. We're about at the exit of turn 5, and I can see them releasing the cars out onto track. Hang on just 1 second. We'll get the race monitor up so I can keep an idea on who's leading the race. And your pole sitter is Scott Vanacore. He's in a GTX. Apparently, I'm one class ahead of myself. Okay, so there's there's your field coming around. Look at these beautiful cars, man. Okay, so okay, so my understanding, I guess I'm a little bit ahead of myself. So this should be GT1, GT2, GTA, American Sedan, SPO, Touring 1, Touring 2, GTX, R1. These are some ground pounders, man. These are very, very fast cars. So the Group 4 guys started out, Groups 5 through 7 sprint races. And then the feature races will start again all over again from Group 1. So we might even be to that point. I'm not exactly sure. These are the Group 2 cars, though. So, and like I say, you have, you'll see this pole sitter is number 59, Scott Vanacore. He's in a GTX 2023 Porsche 992. And there he is. There's the leaders. So there's that group out on track, and thanks for joining us, everybody. This is Racer Andy. We are live from Sebring International Raceway for the Central Florida Region SCCA Final. These guys are going to get awarded championship points here, and at the end of the race, they all get to take a quick lap around the racetrack with their victory flags. So... And as you can hear, the wind is kicking up. It is a little bit breezy out here. And hopefully we're not blowing out everybody's eardrums with the sound. We've been working on the sound. Now look at the leader has built up quite a bit of. There's your second place car. Okay. There's a little GT2 Datsun 280Z, 240Z, I'm sorry. And you can see the little Mazda RX-7 using the curbing on the exit there. Where we are right at the exit of what would be in the 12-hour course would be exit of turn 5, just before the bridge. And you can hear those guys out on the back straightaway there, and these are some fast cars, let me tell you. So, and so hi everybody, thanks for joining us. There's Racer Andy up on the screen, and we are bringing you some live action from Sebring International Raceway. There's the leader, and these guys are just getting right on it here. There's your third place car. Overall, I should state, because a lot of these guys are racing in different classes, okay? And we keep an eye on that little yellow Mazda RX-7, because usually when that guy makes a pretty strong upshift, man, that flames shoot out the back of that car. It's pretty spectacular to see. Here's your little, I believe this 240, it's a Datsun 240Z. I believe it's a GT3 car, but he might be a STU. They might have been reclassified here. What a great shot. Okay, there you go. So, welcome everybody. Good morning. It's clear skies. It's about 11 o'clock, and we've got some racing lined up. Here comes your overall leader, and he is cooking. Woo! All right. So, good Sunday morning. And we are at Sebring International Raceway. We're bringing you the Central Florida Region finale. This is brought to you by MyRaceData.com. There's your second place. The number 16, he was on pole. Or see if we can get these guys. Yeah, that number 16 is Rod and Yos Yanesi, and that's your T1 leader. The number 59 car, the Porsche, is Scott Vandecour, and that's a GTX car. So those guys are not, they're not racing for in the same class. But your third place car, which is the number 1 of, there you go. Hang on a second, I got to follow a little Datsun. Okay, so here comes the GTX car. And he is starting to encounter some lap traffic. I'm sorry that, yeah, the Datsun is a 240Z, and that's Travin Taylor, and that's a GT2 car. So, you know, these guys are out there. This is several different classes of racing, and you've got your leader is the number 59 of Scott Vanacore, and he's a GTX car. You know, like I say, that's the number 162 of John Bell. That's a 1989 Mazda RX-7 out of Lake Mary, Florida. That's an E production car, and we kind of like to catch that car on camera because usually when he's making gear shifts, man, flames blow right out the back of that car. And there he is. We like to give everybody a little bit of camera time. And all the way down through the field, there's only 9 cars out on track right now. That was your leader who just went by in the Porsche 992. That's Scott Vandecour, the number 59. Here he comes second and third place. These guys are racing. This is an in-class race, okay? So the number 16 and the number 1 are both T1 cars. That's Rodden Yanesi and Darren Yanesi. They're brothers, apparently, or father and son, or something of that nature. And those guys are having a heck of a race. And thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy. We are coming to you live. Here comes your leader, Scott Vanacore, in that beautiful 992 Porsche. And I must say, he's making his way up towards lapping that T1 race ahead of him. So that could be a very interesting thing to see. We're about 8 minutes into this race. There's about another 11 minutes to go. And there is the race for first and second in T1. There's your second place T1 car. That's the number 1 of Darren Yanesi. And those two drivers both have the same they both have the same last name. So they're brothers or father and son, or who knows. I mean, look at yeah, and you see him You see this the speed differential there between that GTX car. That's pretty astonishing. So, anyhow, we are having a good morning of racing. We stayed in the beautiful 7 Sebring Hotel last night on the racetrack side. It's been a while since I had a room on that side, and we woke up to the sound of the blower trucks out there at 6 o'clock this morning trying to dry the racetrack. It was a little bit wet out there. And here comes that T1 race, and those guys are coming right up on the back of some lap traffic as well. So all these guys are working lap traffic today, and jump on the chat. Let us know how our stream looks. All right, and I mean we are right in the middle of Green Park. They kind of restricted where the spectators and everybody could go, and so all right, so the meters are showing that you guys are here in those race cars, and I hope you are, because when you come to the racetrack, that's really one of the things that's the most fun. And there's your leader in T1 in Touring 1, and you can see he's got a little bit of a gap back there. And here's a GT2 Datsun 240Z, the number 132. And we're going to take, I'm going to step away from the microphone here for just a second, and we're going to go ahead and try and tie the awnings and stuff down a little bit better. And because it's getting pretty breezy out here, and we don't want anything to take flight on us. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy, and we are coming to you live by myracedata.com from Sebring International Raceway for the Central Florida region season finale. Okay, and there's on track is the touring cars and some of the GT cars. There's your overall leader. And those three cars look surprisingly close together. I think they've already made a grid call for the next group. So, uh, I think that's a 20-minute race, and we're right at 18 minutes 50 seconds. So, on the live touring, And we've already heard the call to grid for the next group, which will be the improved touring guys. And we just took a little bit of a break. Okay, good morning, everybody. This is Racer Andy, and we are coming to you live from Sebring International Raceway, where we are just wrapping up the end of some of the GT cars, Touring One cars, and so forth. There's a GT2, and there's a saying about old Datsuns never dying, and they just become race cars, and so there's a perfect example. And there's something a little bit of on the other end of the spectrum that's a 992 Porsche, who I believe is your overall leader of this race. Let us know if you can hear these cars. I believe that's your Touring One leader right there, the number 16. And I think that that race is just about wrapped up. They're showing maybe that's a 30-minute race. I'm not sure. But we are having pretty good weather. It's a little breezy, which is nice because it's hot. And it's almost, I believe it's up in the high 90s. We had a little bit of a rain shower overnight. And but the sun is out right now. There's a little bit of cloud cover. Uh, I don't know if you guys can see this all the way down there to the entrance of turn 3. This race is brought to you by MyRaceData.com. Please go by the website. In our community forum, we have a live stream chat set up for members of the forum. And we've just had an incident. I'm not sure if I can get that on camera, but there you can just barely see in frame that I believe that's the 992 Porsche that seems to have lost control. And you can just see him right there. And they've got a, he looks like he's kind of underway. But I believe that was your overall leader. And he's sort of stuck on inside of driver's right in the entrance of turn 3, it looks like. And he's just getting underway now. And yeah, sure enough, that's your overall leader. They just had an incident. I'm sure he's not real happy about that. But he seemed like he had a little bit of an incident. You might even have been able to hear the tires screeching as he lost control. And like I say, that was, let me bring up the other camera. We tried to, when we were strapping them, that's a little better. And there's your wide angle shot. And you can see we've got some cloud cover. And and you can see the awnings moving around a little bit. We had to take a break a little earlier and strap down the awning. Yeah, that wide angle shot looks a little better. It was all out of focus a little while ago, and I had to go over there and put the dummy battery in it because it had died anyhow. So uh, there's, you can get a pretty good look at uh, there's Andy up in the camera rig. So we have a car that's kind of gone off on driver's right. Let's switch back to the other camera. I don't know exactly what's going on there, but that has forced a standing yellow in that corner. So as you can see, that we have a car which is off on driver's right in the entrance on and he's in a real real bad place. So I don't expect they're gonna continue racing at this point. I think I do see some movement inside the car. I would guess that's some type of a mechanical failure. I can still hear the cars under power on the rest of the racetrack. And, you know, maybe we have some oil because that particular car, I think, is the number 16 that was leading the race after the Porsche had an incident. And as you can see, the cars are still circulating, but they're having to go through that corner very carefully. There's a standing yellow in that corner, and we've got a competitor who is off to track right. He is still in the car. They have not seen him exit the car. I imagine they're going to get a tow truck out here and extract him pretty quickly. So, pardon me, I'm taking a quick drink there. I'll switch back to the motion camera. And there's, you can see Racer Andy up there in the photographer's nest. In the back of the truck. So there's that live shot up in the corner there. You can adjust the camera around a little bit. And there you can see the they've got a vehicle out there to try to help that driver out. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and try and extract that car off the racetrack. I'm showing as that's apparently they've go ahead and stopped the race. As it turned out, and I do still see some race cars out there on the racetrack, and they've got an emergency vehicle blocking the workers. And so that looks like that's your final. And that race was they're showing the number 59 of Scott Vandecorp, which is a DTX car, and they're showing him as your leader. So he completed, in spite of the fact that he spun the car, what looked like in which would be the 12-hour turn 3. And yeah, they're going to flat tow the BMW off the surface now. And so apparently, even in spite of the fact that Scott Vandecorp spun the car, and so just in case you guys are wondering what they do when a car dies out on track, there you can see that they hook a strap up to them and they tow them back to the paddock area. And so and they try to do that as safely as possible. And the drivers know how to handle that. And as you can hear, we've got quite a bit of breeze. It's a breezy day. It was breezy yesterday, so we were pretty well prepared for that. And but the sun is shining, and it's a beautiful day here in Central Florida. Thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy from myracedata.com, and we are bringing you the Central Florida Region SCCA Sports Car Club of America finale. And a lot of these guys, you might get to see it in just a minute. What they're doing, I believe, is they're awarding the provisional championships, and they're letting their provisional champions take laps, and with the checkered flag, they're getting to take victory laps, and hopefully you'll get to see one of them coming up in a second or two. And we've got a whole afternoon of racing. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Group 1 race, and you have, I believe, another 6 or 7. And there is your champion in the GTX class. There's your GT2 champion, that beautiful Datsun. And he's getting to take a victory lap with the checkered flag. So that's got to be a lot of fun for those drivers. They're very proud of winning those seasonal championships. This is the Central Florida region finale, but it is not the last race of the year. We've got another race coming up in November. It's the weekend after Thanksgiving. We call it the Turkey Trot, and we do that every year here in the Central Florida region. And if you guys are watching this from up north, and it's getting cold up there and getting to a situation where you're not going to be able to do any more racing, you should come down here and race with us in Florida, because it's a lot of fun. And our weather is seasonal all year long. And there's a view of, there's a crossover bridge. And a couple of minutes to check all the camera gear and make sure everything's still working. And so far we're having pretty good luck today. And we haven't had any snafus. It seems like every time we come out and do a stream, we somehow manage to forget something at home. And so, hi everybody, this is Racer Andy, and we're coming to you live from Sebring International Raceway, where we're bringing you the Central Florida region SCCA season finale. And you just got to see the guys in GT2 class and also the GTX class get to take their victory laps. And there was a little bit of a drama right towards the end of the race when the leader of the T1 class ended up parked on the outside of the entrance at turn 5, right there about where the camera is pointing, and had to be extracted, flat-toed off the racing surface by the track personnel. And we've had a pretty good day so far. The weather overnight, we had some showers, and the racetrack was pretty damp when the sun came up this morning. And we stayed in the beautiful 7 Sebring Hotel on the racetrack side, and at about 6:30 this morning, we were out there watching the blower trucks drive around the racetrack trying to dry the surface off. So as you can see, the surface at this point is now quite dry. It's about 88, 89 degrees. And you can see that the pace car is coming into view. And there's your IT class. And this is 4 different classes of, or more than that, actually. Okay, so that's the IT class. When I say IT, that's improved touring, and you can see there's quite a crowd of those guys. There's little ITC Dotson 210, and I believe he's already won a championship in ITC, and so he won the race for sure. I remember um, when we were in Daytona last month. Uh, that's, I believe, your SARC, your South Atlantic Road Racing Championship ITC leader. But so anyhow, there you see, there's 25 cars entered in this improved touring race, and so you're probably gonna see quite a bit of jostling, and hopefully we'll get a good race. I can hear the cars coming up on power. Uh, Mary Mary Roney is in a ITR BMW, and she's sitting on pole, and I can see the cars coming through. Uh, there you can see them just coming onto track. Woo! And we've already got the little white Acura. And we already had a little bit of drama there. We had one of the cars off on driver's right at the entrance of turn 5. That little yellow and white Acura, I believe it's a, let me see if I can figure out which car it is. But he was also racing in one of the earlier races today. Yeah, that's, I believe that's Roger Heaton in the number 9 1992 Acura Integra. That's an ITA car. And so you see that in spite of the fact that there's a half a dozen different classes out there, you see that some of these guys are mixing it up with the class above or below them. I mean, some of the ITR cars are no faster than some of the really fast ITA cars. So here comes your leader. That's the number 25. And he's already, there's a big old lockup. And we've got a ton of tire smoke where some of the competitors. And boy, I really hope you guys are getting the sounds of some of these cars. This is a little bit noisier a race group than the last group. I have a trackside microphone over there on the fence pointed out towards the racetrack so you guys hopefully can hear the race cars. And we've been working on that setup for quite a while. We've been trying to get that because when we do the recording, it sounds great, but when we stream here on YouTube, for some reason, the sound of the trackside microphone clips real bad, and you usually don't end up getting to hear much noise from the race cars. So, okay, so here comes your leader, and it looks like they've swapped positions, and that's Mary Rooney in that BMW. Just look at these guys just getting right up on that curbing, man. And now we've got some real racing action on the track there. And like I say, these guys are going to be racing all the way down through the field. So this is their season finale. They're all working for their season championship points, and we got some pretty fierce competition on the track there. And here comes your leader. That's that ITR BMW, and big lockup in the entrance. So these guys are starting to get spread out a little bit. And like I say, there's about 25 competitors out on the racetrack right now. And this is a pretty good spot we got going here, because I can see the cars coming all the way down. I can see them coming around turn 3, which is right up about there. And you can't really see them on camera, I don't think. But there's your overall leader, Mary Roney, and in that ITR BMW, and the number 25 is right there on her tail. So, and we've got a ton of guys there. I don't know if you can pick up on it, but they are just picking up an awful lot of dust, and on that entrance at turn 5. And you can see that on the exit, they're also using that whole racetrack. Okay, so I hope you're enjoying the racing action, everybody. This is Racer Andy from MyRaceData.com, and we are bringing you the Central Florida region finale. And these guys are out here fighting for a championship. And there goes overall first and second place, and just that number 14 BMW, he just locked up the brakes coming into turn 5. You can still see the tire smoke clearing, and just hopping the curb on the exit. Just, these guys are having at it, man. They are really driving these cars very, very hard, man. And we've got quite a show on our hands here. There's a pass up the inside. Can he make it stick? Doesn't look like it. And we've got racing all the way down through the field here. These guys are really having at it. This is a very competitive race. And there's your overall first and second place as they make their way through the exit. And that green BMW, the number 14, that guy is flat out flying, man. every time he comes past here, he is locking up the brakes on the entrance. He's jumping the curve. And the number 14 is Matthew Fritz, and that's an ITR car. So he's directly competing with your overall leader. And he's driving the wheels off that car, I'm telling you. And I wasn't sure if I liked this spot where we've got the camera set up, but it's turning out to be a pretty good spot. Here comes your overall first and second place. And we're going to hang a second and see if I can get a shot of, look at the lockup. Look at the lockup on that car, man. And I mean, just that time he didn't jump the curb quite the way he did, but you guys see he's locking up the brakes on the entrance of this corner, just something fierce. So look how close these cars are racing. You have just got a drag race all the way down Cunningham, man. We call that corner Big Bend. When you exit this corner that we're sitting here, which is the exit of the 12 hours, and then you go under that bridge right there. Beyond that bridge is a straightaway, but it's not very straight. It's got quite a bit of curve to it, and when you get all the way to the end, you're greeted with what we call the safety pin, which is the hairpin. It's the slowest corner on the racetrack. And there's that number 14 BMW ITR improved touring R car. He managed to make it through the corner without locking the brakes that time. So thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy. We're still trying to make some minute adjustments to the audio, and we've been working real hard on trying to get a trackside microphone. And so that you can hear some of the sounds of these race cars as and there's your overall leaders, and they're starting to encounter some lap traffic. As you can see, there's your second place car, and I just have to make a point of making sure I catch that guy every time he comes through, because he's making things very interesting here. So jump in the comments there and say hi if you'd like. And here comes your overall leader. and overall second place. And now we're going to be looking for that green number 14. Which I believe is your overall third place. And also the number 8, just really, really pouring it on through the corners there. That's pretty impressive. So first place is the number 20 of Mary Rooney. And then you have Peter Bellamy in ITS, the number 25. That's an RX5, and that car is, woo. So you can see a couple of the ITC cars, and I mean those guys are flying, man. They're just cooking and having a great race too. So here comes your leader. There's Mary Rennie. And you can see the gap back. That red car is your second place car. That's the number 25 of Peter Bellamy. And it looks like third place has gotten himself in just a whole cluster of there's third place. And there's quite a few. There's an ITS Mustang. What a good looking little race car, man. So you can see that the leaders are encountering quite a bit of lap traffic. So 13th place is Matthew Fritz. That's an ITR BMW. The number 6 of Jose Mario is a Mazda. There's your leader, Mary Rooney. And she's got herself quite a commanding lead there. And here comes your second place car. He's got himself right in the middle of a bunch of lap traffic. And that's all part of club racing. You gotta learn to drive in traffic, man, and it makes it a lot of fun. There's always guys that are going faster than you, guys that are going slower than you, and everything in between. So we're having a pretty good morning of racing so far. Yeah, I'm just checking the chat, and so say hello, everybody. Make some comments in the chat, and let us know how we're doing. Let us know how the stream looks. And one of the most important things to me is let me know if you guys are getting it in HD, 1080 HD at 60 frames. Hopefully you're getting a nice few shots. Wow, and it doesn't even look like there's you guys are getting a fairly there isn't much of a delay there from what I can see checking the chat on my phone. It looks like we're getting a pretty good stream. I hope everybody's enjoying the racing. Might have to grab some. I think that the lunch break is coming up pretty soon. We try and catch a little shot of just about everybody on track. And so we'd really like to get some support from you guys, the Central Florida Racers. Please support the channel and show us some love by getting on YouTube and subscribing, get a like going on, whatever, give a like, give a thumbs up. And woo, woo. Yeah, and the little 44 kind of went off off the racing surface there. And I'm not sure that my camera work was that good. You might have not caught all of it. But these guys are driving hard, man. Look at this race here. Look at these two guys. They're just pushing and shoving their way around the racetrack, man. Using that curbing on the exit, and there's your leader. And as you can see, she's working some major traffic. And there's about 25 competitors out there on the racetrack right now. And the fur is definitely starting to fly. Let me see it. We've got, I think, I think we've got about 7 minutes to go. This has been, I think these are 30-minute races. And there's about 22 minutes has elapsed. And you've got about 7 laps to go. So these guys just have a few more laps to start to try to. I hope this looks somewhere near as good as it does on the monitor for you guys at home. There's a pass on the inside. These guys are working some traffic. Some of the faster guys are working their way through. Here comes your overall second place. So we're showing just over 5 minutes on the clock. Yeah, looks like looks like the satellite is doing its job because we're definitely getting a pretty good stream outbound. And so there you see the world famous crossover bridge and into Green Park. We are in Green Park right now. And we are sitting on the exit of sitting on the exit of 12 hours turn 5. It's right on the exit of the 345 complex. I'm not sure what corner number they call it when we use the short course configuration, which this race is. This is a short course race. So what that means is basically the racetrack is split up into two big pieces, and short course is the portion that winds its way through Green Park, and it's breezy, but there goes one of the safety trucks. So, and you can see there's the safety crew, and you can see that they're allowed inside the circuit there, so they have access. They can go help guys out and stuff. And we're right outside the fence, and I would say we're probably that. I think there might have been a little contact there. Okay, these guys are racing hard. I mean, and like I say, they're racing hard all the way down through the field. I mean, that doesn't smell like pump gas to me. And like I say, this is a different spot. I've never really set up here in this spot, and they kind of had restricted various areas that we could get set up here in Green Park. We usually like to be a little bit more, on the exit of turn 3 or. And I believe that if I'm looking at the clock, and I think it's a little bit afternoon time. So they are probably going to call a lunch break after this race, and they give the corner workers a chance to get something to eat. And I might have to grab myself a little bit of something to eat as well. and maybe another cold drink. We are trying to stay hydrated here. We are out in the weather like everybody else. And look at these three cars. And one of those cars is your leader. Okay, and they are just working lap traffic. And this is multi-class racing at its best. There's your second place car. This has been a good battle all race long. And we've got a big old pack of cars coming through here right now. So as you can see, there's about 25 competitors out there on the track right now. And for some reason, they can't seem to spread themselves out. They just are getting all in a big old clump. All right. I believe that's the IT race. There's your improved touring race. And I believe that was the race was won by the number 20 of Mary Ronnie and the number 25 of Peter Bellew. And I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, Peter. Just get a hold of us and tell us how it's pronounced. And then third place is shown as the number 14 of Matthew Fritz. Those Mary Roney was in an ITR BMW. So Peter in the number 25 was in an ITS. That was a Mazda RX MX-5, and he is probably your class leader, your class winner, because he's an ITS car. So you can see he was sandwiched between a couple of other ITR cars, and the number 14 of Matthew Fritz is ITR BMW 325i. And then you had the number 8 of Joe Mario, which was an ST ITS car. That was a Mazda Miata. And I believe that you're going to get to see your championship winners coming through here. And I'm sorry if the camera cut out there. Once in a while it goes to sleep. Which always happens at the most opportune time possible. Pardon me. And so there you see your class winner getting to take his victory lap with his checkered flag. And here comes quite a gaggle of other guys as well. So look at that. Isn't that a beautiful sight? And so congratulations, racers. And yeah, and those are your regional champions, and getting to take a victory lap with their checkered flag. So, if I'm not mistaken, I think they're going to go to a lunch break, and we're going to stay online and keep right on streaming. But you're welcome to take a break and come on back. So, I'm seeing it's 12:16 right now. And usually the break lasts about an hour. So I would expect that we'll have race cars back on the track uh, by about 1:15. And so if you want to go grab something to eat, that's what I'm probably going to do myself. And have a quick lunch break. And thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy, and this broadcast is brought to you by MyRaceData.com. And I'm convinced that the awning slowly digs itself down into the dirt, and the straps that are holding it from blowing away in the wind just seem to get looser and looser as time goes on. So far, the awning hasn't threatened to blow away on us yet, but you never know. It might do so. And so I'm going to put the microphone down for just a couple minutes, and we'll catch up on some channel news here in a minute. But like I say, we're probably going to take lunch break here at the racetrack. They go around and they bring all the corner workers a little box lunch, because those guys are standing out in the sun all day, and it's hot, and they're tired, and they're cold and hot and sweating and hungry and thirsty, and so they're going to give the corner workers a chance to take a break, and we'll be staying on air for the duration of the lunch break, but we might take a little bit of a break ourselves, grab something to eat, and I had breakfast this morning at the hotel. We stayed last night at the Sebring 7, and there's a nice shot of turn 5. So you guys can get a look at the racing surface. We'll be back in a few minutes. I can hear Andy's voice coming from somewhere. Hi, everybody. This is Racer Andy, and we're on lunch break here at Sebring International Raceway, and we're probably going to be taking a break for lunch here for about the next 45 or 50 minutes. We just concluded the improved touring race, and we saw some folks making some victory laps. That was pretty cool. So, hi everybody. If you're just joining us, this is Racer Andy, and we're coming to you live from Green Park and Sebring International Raceway. We've been here all morning. We've seen a couple of pretty good races already. They just got through with the improved touring run group, and there was 25 competitors on track, and it's a good race, buddy. Yeah, good race, man. You guys gave us a lot of excitement.
Oh man, well, I was racing so hard. All three of us were.
Yeah, I saw you in the race earlier. You had a really spectacular lockup coming in.
Yeah. She like jumped over on me, and
I saw you were trying to evade, man. Did you stay on the track or did you go? We're not on air. I'm not recording.
Oh no. Yeah, I stayed on track until a few laps later.
Yeah.
And she was putting the heat on me pretty good. I was trying to hold her off as I could, but I'm running on old tires. And I just overdrove it one corner, and it lifted up on three wheels, and the rear end started hopping like this.
Tricycling,
yeah. Off the track.
No, it's great race.
The video ought to be interesting. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a good race.
That was a hell of a race, man. Really exciting. So,
Yeah, it's not better than the last few races been going on. It's just been like a driver's edge, you know, it's so spaced out.
Yeah, no, the GT cars were pretty boring. I think there was 8 cars on track.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the leader ran off in 3. He was too far away for me to catch him on camera, but that was about the only exciting thing that happened.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
Yeah, I was last month. I was at Daytona as well. You were there too, weren't you?
No. I was at I was here for the Memorial Day.
I was here on Memorial
Yeah, maybe
Day
that's
too.
where you
Oh,
were.
and we ran the school course. That was so goofy. I've never seen.
Oh yeah, the other side.
Yeah.
I think this is the school course, and the other side, South End or where. I don't know.
Yeah.
Either way.
It was the opposite half.
Yeah.
I had never seen that configuration run before, and I thought I had never raced that configuration either. You know.
And you'd be surprised in how much it changes the track.
I bet.
Especially because you know you're coming up, you're used to going to the left for 3. And then you have to really hammer down, downshift. Well, for me, downshift the second. Then you're going through that cut through, which is really tight, and it's almost like a mini straight. Hammer on it, then you got to back off again, and let the car dip. You know,
Almost like a double apex.
Just about,
yeah,
yeah.
you had to drive
if
it.
you do it right, you're almost one long.
And I'll be honest, some of the less well-subscribed classes were going through there, like you say, like parking lot speed, you know.
Yeah.
But like when the Spec Racer Fords and the Miatas were going through there, they were off in the dirt. Like,
oh yeah,
it's crazy
because it's bumpy through there.
It's bumpy
It's
as hell.
And it's if you stay to the inside, it's got a big dip.
Yeah.
If you're just a few feet out to a little bit wider. Every time I try it, it's smoother, but I feel like it's slower than going through the dip, which is weird.
Yeah.
Because I notice, like, I'll go a little bit wider, and then I can go full throttle a lot quicker because it's a lot smoother through there. And I just notice the other cars hang with me. But when I go the other way, and I'm just like, wow, I just freaking going through the bumps and just full throttle through it, I leave them.
And it feels like you're going faster. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just so hard to keep the car in control.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
All right, that was a great race, man. Thanks for putting on a show. Get on the channel and watch the video later on. It's get on YouTube and search My Race Data. Okay, My Race Data.
We'll do that for sure.
Yeah, and I know I got some good shots of you, man.
Awesome.
Get a hold of us and I'll send you some video. I'll edit it down and get some good shots.
Yeah.
Okay?
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Cool, man.
Thanks, guys.
Like, you know, I'm one of the small guys out here. You know, I'm still working, trying to get me sponsors and all that stuff.
No, I know. I'll help you guys.
So I appreciate
Hey,
it.
I was a small racer myself.
Yeah. There's that one of the few people actually with a flat trailer, you know.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Have a good weekend.
You too, man.
it's like, now we know that I'm never it's like I was behind you at the start, and all of a sudden you just, rocking it off. And I was like, what the hell is that thing?
Oh, it's done.
It's done.
The wind took it yesterday. The wind destroyed it. From the middle in half.
I was here also. Okay, so.
There's a couple of that car.
Oh, I'll try to find one I used to have.
Okay.
It was cheap. Because I found it around there. I haven't perfect one. It was funny because like all the 944s.
Okay, hi everybody. This is Racer Andy, and we're coming to you live from Sebring International Raceway. This is the Central Florida finale. This is the Central Florida Sports Car Club of America finale, and they've been awarding points, championships all morning long. The corner workers are taking a little bit of a lunch break right now, and let me adjust my sound levels a little bit because there isn't any noisy race cars right now. But okay, so the corner workers are just taking a break for lunch, and then we've got, I think, 4 or 5 more races to go. Let me see. I got to put my glasses on so I can see the clock. And so far we've been on air for 3 hours and 9 minutes, and it's 12:56 p.m. And the corner workers took lunch break about 12:15, so they're going to probably be back on station in about another 10 or 15 minutes. And we've been checking the stream out a little bit ourselves. It looks like we're getting a nice 1080p 60 frames. So hopefully you guys are getting a nice clean shot. There's the pace car coming over the bridge. So, and hopefully you guys have been getting a nice clean stream. And we should be back to racing here in just a few more minutes. I've been walking around the paddock, making friends with some of the other racers that are here, and we just got done with a great ITR race. IT improved touring. When I say IT, that's an improved touring. That's the class, and it was a terrific race. There was a outright battle for the overall win. And there was also some pretty good interclass races as well. So overall, just it was an exciting race. There was over 25 cars on track at once. That just, that really makes it exciting when there's that many cars on track at once. And we've spoken to some of the competitors here, and we hope to get a little bit of support from you guys in the Central Florida region, and also anywhere in club racing that you. We're trying to get all the races this summer, and we were at Daytona a couple of times. We've been at Sebring a couple of times over the summer. It was really hot. It's starting to cool down a little bit. Today is an unseasonably warm day. It's in the high 80s. And it's actually pretty comfortable, though, because there's a pretty strong breeze, I'm sure, as you can hear in my microphone. And there's also the trackside mic is out there on trackside, and hopefully you guys are getting the sounds of the race cars. We've been struggling a little bit with our audio because the microphone that is pointed out towards the track tends to clip on the stream. When we record it, it comes out fine, but on the stream, for some reason, it clips. And so we've been working on that audio setup. So let us know if you can hear the racetrack, the race cars going by when they're out there on track, if you can hear that, okay. And also how my voice sounds. And jump in the chat on YouTube. We're broadcasting on YouTube. You can find us on YouTube by searching for My Race Data. And also, if you like to get on and they're clearing the track right now. So that little vehicle you just saw by, they're out there just making sure the track is clear, and they can start putting guys out on the racetrack. You'll probably see a few guys running hardship laps. They usually let these guys have a couple of hardship laps before the races start. They did that this morning, and like I say, we woke up this morning. Last night we stayed in the 7 Sebring Hotel, and we had a balcony on the racetrack side, and we woke up about 6 a.m. this morning to the sound of the blower trucks out there, and it was quite wet. There had been an overnight shower, and the racetrack was actually pretty wet, and they had the blower trucks out there at about 6 a.m. and they were blowing the racetrack off. And then the first group that took to the track was the vintage class, and those guys, that's, I believe, that going to be the next run group that you're going to see coming up on track here shortly, which, like I say, should occur in about the next 10 minutes or so. Like I say, we've been walking through the paddock. We've been trying to make some friends with some of the competitors. We spoke to a couple of guys that were in the improved touring race, and right after they came off track, it was exciting. I wish I could have gotten an on-camera interview with these guys, but it's been an excellent morning of racing. It's warm, but it's not uncomfortably hot. Hang on a second, and I'll switch over to the wide angle view camera, and so you can see what it looks like. The sky is there's clouds. It's not a super clear day, and it almost looks like we could get I think the forecast is perhaps for some late afternoon showers or early evening showers, and hopefully that'll come after the race is over and I have a chance to get all the equipment shoved back in the truck, so we don't have to do that in too much of a hurry. And let me grab a quick drink. And thanks everybody for tuning in. This is Racer Andy, and this broadcast is brought to you by MyRaceData.com. We make the track box, which is an open source data acquisition system that you can put in your race car, and it records your G-force, your speed, your location, and all types of environmental parameters like that at a rate of somewhere around 80 or 90 times a second. It's extremely accurate. You can use it to monitor the performance, the outright performance of your race car. And the track box is an open source project. It's an open source hardware and open source firmware. The firmware is available online. You can get on GitHub and download the firmware. The hardware is also open source. If you get on our GitHub repository, there's schematics and wiring diagrams and a parts list and everything you need to build a track box for your own car. And we like to support racers any way we can. If any of you guys who are here today that are racing out on track would like to contact us, you can either get on the forum, which is kind of really the best way to talk straight to the engineers and stuff, and you'd find us at community.myracedata.com. That's the public forum, and if you'd like, you can get on there and you can contact all the team members directly and let us know how we're doing. And we appreciate all the support. If you guys race today and you'd like some great snapshots or video clips of yourselves on track, we would be happy to provide that. And I just noticed we have electrical hookups where I am, and I'm running the generator. I had no idea I could have just plugged into the electrical outlet. I wonder if it works. But anyhow, and the stream looks very, very healthy. We've been on the air a little over 3 hours. We're streaming at over 8,000 kilobytes a second, and we're streaming at 60 frames a second in full HD, 1080p. Hopefully, it's going to be a nice, clear shot of these beautiful race cars out on track. And let us know how the sound is. Let us know if you're watching the stream and it's got a good quality video. Let us know in the comments, and we're going to have some more on track action for you in just a few minutes. Everybody, thanks for tuning in.
Got a good spot.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I usually like to be over yonder, like at the exit of 4 is my favorite spot.
Yeah.
You know, but you guys got that closed off today, so I didn't think this was going to be as good, but the way the cars come through, and there's a moment where they stay still on camera really well, and then you can catch them flying
Yeah.
by. So it's turned out to be a great spot.
Good. Good.
So thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a great race so far.
So far, so good. Yeah. What are you're doing video then?
Yeah, we're live streaming on YouTube right now.
No
So
joke.
yeah, if you get on YouTube, if you put in my race data, okay,
Uh-huh.
you can search it, and I stream the race live, and then I go back and I do like highlight reels later on in the week.
Yeah.
So
You're the one that I've been watching on YouTube. 'Cause I've watched Daytona and I watched the last
Yeah,
one here.
we've been at Daytona twice. I tried to make all the races this summer. The first Daytona race was a scorcher. It was so hot.
Oh my God, it was brutal.
Yeah.
It was absolutely brutal.
Yeah, so it's a lot cooler today. I mean, I think it's pretty warm, but the breeze is keeping us nice and cool.
Yeah. Are you going to be up at Daytona in 2 weeks?
I'm not. I think I'm going to be at Daytona. I'm not sure if I'm going to make it down to Homestead. I will definitely back here for the turkey trot, though.
Okay.
I'll definitely be here for the turkey trot. I'll probably go up to Daytona too. We've been up there twice already.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more difficult. It's difficult to get close to the racetrack where I can get a good shot at Daytona.
Yeah.
I usually sit on the exit, the International Horseshoe,
Yeah.
which seems to be a pretty action-packed place, and I don't know anywhere else at Daytona where I can really sit. You know?
Yeah. It's kind of. Yeah. It's kind of not that good. I'm thinking about they push your way back away from everything.
Yeah.
It's not a.
It's okay. The camera's got a pretty long lens on it, so I sit at the exit on the outside on driver's left on the exit of the International Horseshoe, and it's a pretty good. I've caught some pretty good action. You
Good.
know, I mean, sometimes the guys are dicing as they're coming into the corner.
Yeah.
And so, and a couple times I caught guys spinning on the exit and got them right on camera. So yeah,
Yeah.
I mean I'm trying to promote club racing. I'm a club racer myself, and you know, and nobody's streaming these races. And I got what's his name? Elon's satellite thing there,
Oh,
Starlink.
Yeah.
So we can have it's a pretty good bandwidth upload, you know, so it's a high quality video. It's like a 1080p video, and it looks,
I've been watching them, and they're very good videos.
yeah.
Let me
me hop out. Just introduce myself for a second. I'm sorry. I'm from Daytona, but I was worked for a CBS affiliate station for many years, and I wrote and produced TV commercials.
Right.
You know, I don't do that anymore, but I'm looking at your camera. Some of the stuff that we used to have was just
I
enormous.
know.
And it was like $30,000 for those things.
And it's right now, like when these are all DSLRs, and right now everybody went to mirrorless, and the older lenses are so cheap. It's incredible. And I buy them online used, and it comes with a 90-day no questions asked return policy. So if you don't like it, and I have an old a cinema camera, a C200 Canon cinema camera that I just got, you know. I think I paid like $1,300. That was like an $8,000 camera,
yeah.
you know.
Oh,
So
that's crazy. What is your name again?
I'm Andy. I'm Andrew.
Oh,
Andrew Rowe is my name. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm like I say, I'm a SCCA racer. I used to have an ITS car that I still have, but I haven't raced in a while.
Yeah.
But we're just trying to show support for the club and get. I think club racing is just such an exciting thing, and nobody pays this any attention.
It is, and it's
So-
getting huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Well, remember back in the 70s and stuff, it was really big back then, and so I don't know. And I have people that are.
All right, we are having a little chat with one of the corner workers there, and trying to spread the word about the channel and get the word out so everybody gets online and watches us. The corner workers are making their way back to their stations, and so you guys should be seeing some live racing action coming up here directly. And it's been a good day so far of racing, a safe day. We've had some good on-track action. Everything seems to be working. The stream is apparently pretty well working online. And so let me see here. Yep. All righty. So thanks everybody for tuning in. This is Racer Andy. This broadcast is brought to you by MyRaceData.com, and we are just minutes away from the cars getting back out on track, and that's the wide-angle shot that's on the screen right now, and you can see there's some cloud cover. There's definitely a bit of cloud cover. But so far it's been dry and it's warm, it's breezy, there's a good breeze, and so it's a great day for racing. This is the Central Florida region's season finale, and at the end of each of the races they've been awarding the championships, and they've been letting these guys take a victory lap with a checkered flag. We've caught a couple of those on stream. And we've been walking around the paddock talking to some of the competitors and the corner workers. And it's just, I just want to say that the the Sports Car Club of America, if you enjoy cars, if cars are your thing, there are a bunch of really friendly folks out here, and everybody wants to stop and chat and talk, and everyone's so friendly. And not only that, but this is all over the country. This is one of the greatest. Central Florida region, their motto is make it easy, make it fun. And they do, they make it easy. They make it easy for the competitors, and they make it fun. And I think Central Florida region is the best region of the SCCA anywhere in the United States. But you know what? I'm probably a little biased because the Central Florida region is my home region. So thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy. We are coming to you live from Daytona International Raceway, where we are just minutes away from another finale championship ending race. We'll be here next month. There's a race the weekend after Thanksgiving. That's called the Turkey Trot, and we're going to be here for the Turkey Trot race. And we're going to try and broadcast all these races. Now that we've got the satellite dish, we can really push some. If you were catching some of the races earlier in the summer, we were trying to upload on a 5G cellular card, and sometimes it worked okay, and sometimes it didn't work at all. And now we've got the satellite dish up there on the roof of the truck, and we're cranking out high def 1080p at 60 frames. And, you know, hopefully we've got a real good looking stream coming through so you guys can watch at home. Hi, everybody. This is Racer Andy. I'm just trying to get a drink and get myself, rehydrated. I think I was just speaking to corner workers, and they were getting back to their workstations. So I think you're going to have some cars out here on track here in the next few minutes. Adjust my microphone a little bit. Okay. And so there's Andy up in the photographer's nest. And we've had a great morning of racing. We caught a little bit of the Spec Racer Ford race when we were setting up the cameras, and we had a little snafu that ended up, we started a little bit late. I don't think we got online till right around 11 o'clock. We were trying to be online by about 10 o'clock this morning. But we've been here all morning. We stayed last night in the Sebring Hotel, which was fantastic. We had dinner in town, and the folks here in Central Florida, the hospitality is second to none. And the folks here at this racetrack, the Central Florida region people are very super helpful. And we just want to thank everybody who volunteers their time. As you can see, there's a standing yellow flag at the corner station. And hang on a second, and I'm going to switch back to the main camera. And here come your competitors. And I believe this should be the vintage guys, and I'll be able to tell you here in just a minute. So there you see your pace car rolling through. And yeah, these are the vintage cars. So, and here, these guys are loud. Okay, so we've been working real hard to get audio so you guys can hear the race cars, because when you come to the racetrack, how loud the cars are is probably one of the most spectacular parts of racing, is when you're seeing these races live and you're hearing how loud the cars are. So we're ready to go. As you can see, they've dispatched the vintage guys. There's a smaller group of vintage racers, and we just got through with one of the biggest run groups. We watched the improved touring class, and there were 25 competitors out on track at one time. So that was just absolutely spectacular. Okay, those guys are passing start finish. They've gotten the green flag. The green flag is up, and this is let's see, this I think is a 20-minute long race. I think it's showing 20 minutes on the clock. Yeah. And so you can probably pick up on the track microphone a bit off in the distance. And here they come down through the 3, 4, 5 complex, and there's your leaders. Now, the vintage guys, they race under a little bit different a rule set, and for the most part, the any kind of contact is really and truly is not really appreciated in this class. So these guys are driving hard, and you can see that we've got a pretty close race on our head here. Make no mistake about it. These guys are, I believe we're getting a little bit of the wet stuff. We might have to stop the stream if the rain gets too intense. I believe I'm feeling some raindrops. Hopefully it's a quick shower, but we might have to start tearing some of the equipment down. That would be very unfortunate. Okay, and here comes your leaders just coming into view as they make their way to the famous 345 complex. Look at how close these guys are. I mean, they were just nose to tail coming through the corner, man. And yeah, I believe we are maybe getting a little bit of rain coming down. And I'm sure that competitor in his open cockpit, he can probably feel that as well. So, uh, it's, I think it's threatening to rain, but so far it hasn't outright started raining. I've a couple times felt sprinkles on me. We're up under the my race data awning, but there's some camera equipment out there that might have to get torn down very, very quickly in the event that the rain gets much worse. Here comes your leader, and I believe second place. And those guys are having a banger of a race. So, and that big black Corvette looks like he's doing his best to trying to give that Camaro a hard time. And like I say, these guys are driving hard. I mean, there's no doubt they're driving hard. They're supposed to do their best not to have any contact with one another because a lot of these cars are very, very worth more money than you can imagine. I mean, they're vintage race cars, and so the field's starting to get a little bit spread out, which is kind of helpful because that allows us to get a good shot of everybody. So this is the vintage class race. And I believe that's the leader. That was overall first and second place. And as you can see, that black Corvette has in fact managed to get himself past that black Corvette, past the red Camaro pretty handily. But look at these two. Look at that little Porsche. I didn't catch it on camera, but He is just absolutely getting the inside wheel right up on that curbing, man. Let me see if we can get a little bit tighter shot there for a lap or two and show you these guys. I'll put the wide angle camera up there in the corner. So hang on a second, let me spin it around. So you can get a little bit more of a wide angle shot. But look at these guys. I want to get right up on the corner so you can see some of these guys how really that little sports racer, they just lay their inside wheel right up on the inside curbing. It's pretty spectacular. See if I can get a good shot of it. Now the last time through, woo, what a nice shot. Okay, so the last time through, that little Porsche literally had his inside tires right up on that curbing. It was pretty spectacular. So now watch close. Boy, I've got the camera zoomed in so close you can see these guys' eyes through their viewport. Here comes your leaders. And you can see, obviously, those two guys trust each other pretty well to get that close with a little prototype car right next to a full body door slammer. Look at this pack coming into the corner. Look how close these guys are racing, man. I mean, these guys obviously heard what I said about them a little while ago, and they decided they were going to show me that they are definitely willing to do some racing, because they were really, really piled on top of each other coming into that corner. And as you can see, these guys are racing hard. Here comes your leader, and he is coming up on some lap traffic. And that little black and green Porsche is right there, keeping him honest about it. Because, these guys are serious. Okay, so that is in the BMW. The number 16 is Skip Ryan, and he is currently leading your race overall. And this is one of the few races all day that all these guys are in the same class. Vintage is vintage. It's whatever you race is what you race. So the number 9 in second place, that's the little Porsche, and that's a 1973 Porsche, and that's Daniel McChesney. There you go. Look at these guys. Look at this pack, man. I mean, they are just having at it, man. They are like less than a few car lanes apart coming through these corners, man. Okay? And I mean, you consider that number 72. Okay, let's see here. That is a 72 MGB. These cars are 40, 50 years old, some of them. That number 62, that's Mike Jackson. That's a 1962 Triumph. I believe that one is a Lotus, if I'm not mistaken. And then here's a 1970s era Corvette. And I'm not really sure what the little prototype is. Let me look and see here. That's John Callahan in a Lotus Elan. I believe that's the 12. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the 66. That yellow and blue car is a Lotus. And I believe I know that car. So you have a real mix of various different iron out here. And these guys are just having a great race. And if you have an old sports car, you know that you enjoy working on, tinkering with, but it's a performance car, man, and you want to drive it like it was made to be driven. Well, this is the place to do it, right here in the Sports Car Club of America Club Racing. There go your leaders. Okay, there go your two leaders. Look at this pack. Look at these guys coming in here. Look how close they are. Whoops, one of them runs a little wide. Okay, there's that little Lotus Elan. That's a beautiful little car. I'm quite certain I know that car. Here comes that beautiful 70s era Camaro. Bringing it home for the old school. Have to try to identify the little prototype car. But like I say, it takes a lot of trust for those guys to race that close in that tiny little go-kart prototype. You're liable to get run over or something. So, I mean, these guys race month after month together. They know each other. They hang out together. They help each other. This is a great pastime if you're interested in anything related to cars or so. Let me get a good shot of it. Oh, that beautiful antique Porsche. Wow.
And there's your leader, first and second place. And you can see those two are about as evenly matched as two cars can be. And the great thing about sports car racing is you're always going to have somebody to race with. There's always somebody out there on track who's going about the same speed as you. And there's always somebody to race with. And it's a lot of fun. And it's not very expensive. So let me see if I can get a good shot of that little prototype car. And thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy. And luckily with this time, when we came here to Sebring, a lot of the competitors were in Green Park, and they restricted the areas that we could set up. And so we ended up right in the middle of a bunch of these fellers, and we've been making some friends, and the corner workers have been very friendly as well. So we've been having a great time. And look at that, and look at these two guys going at it. So they're just having a lot of fun, man. Here comes your current overall leaders, and I don't know. I think those guys are very evenly matched, and I don't think the outcome of that race will be over until the very last lap. So. Woo, little pass on the outside, going around Big Ben. All right. So, and like I think we have at least 4 or 5 more run groups this afternoon. So if you're enjoying the feed, and share it with your friends, share it with other Central Florida region competitors, or anybody who's interested in club racing. And let's get the channel going, everybody. Thanks for joining us. This is Racer Andy. This broadcast is brought to you by MyRaceData.com. We are bringing you the Central Florida Region SCCA finale. And at the end of these races, they've been letting the guys who are actually the points champions. That is a good looking little car, man. And as you can tell, I'm having a good time. We had a few little sprinkles earlier. I thought we were going to have to start running around like crazy people and tossing all the equipment inside the truck. But I think, and the sun is out, you can see from the camera shot. And I'll have to look. I think that might have been it for these guys. You know, yeah, they don't look like they're going quite full steam anymore. I think, yeah, we just passed the 22-minute mark. So that was a pretty exciting race, I'll tell you. That was a lot of fun. And I hope you enjoyed it as well. And I'll hang on and I'll let you know what group is up next. But anyhow, let me see if I can run down as much of the running order as possible. First place was the 16 of Skip Ryan. The number 9 of Daniel McChesney was second. The 125 of Dale LaGrasse was third. Fourth place went to Jeff Davis. That's the Camaro. Phil Heyer was in this, I think it was the number 63 Triumph. Glenn Getchall was in the 84 Porsche. Maybe I should put my eyeglasses on so I can see a little better. The number 17 of Tim Slater was a 1962 Triumph Spitfire. In 8th place was the number 12 of Alan Collard. He was in a 1972 Hague. I'm not sure what even kind of car that was. Maybe that was the one I couldn't identify.
Alan, okay, Bill Blair was in the Lotus Elan. That was a 1966 Lotus Elan. Where else in racing do you get to see a 1966 Lotus Elan out on racetrack and just ripping right along at full cake, man? And then 10th place went to Mike Jackson in the 62 Triumph. 11th was John Callahan. He was also in Lotus Elan. The Austin Healey of Albert Carr was 12th place. That was a 1958 Austin Healey Sprite, man. How cool is that? If you are into vintage racing, man, this is some good stuff. Okay, now let me look at the schedule. And that was Group 4. So you have 1, 2, 3 more races this afternoon. The next group out on track are going to be the Wings and Things. Those include the Formula Atlantic and Formula Continentals, Formula Enterprise, and Formula Enterprise 2. Okay, so those first few classes there, and I believe I saw at least one, I think it was either a Formula, let me see if you can guys see this right across the track, man. There's some of these vintage competitors, and you can see they're paddocked. Let me adjust the zoom a little bit. Woo. Okay. So see, and this is the fun of Sebring, because we're in Green Park and everybody's got their campers and their trailers. And I believe we even had outlets for line voltage here. We're running a generator, but I don't even think we needed to. But anyhow, it's a great atmosphere. We stayed last night in the 7 Sebring Hotel. We had a racetrack facing balcony, and we woke up this morning to the sound of the blower trucks going around. We had a little bit of a shower overnight, and the racetrack was damp. It was wet. There was little bits of puddles. And it's by 6 a.m., the corner workers were out there with the blower truck going around, blowing the track dry. And I think if I was staying at any other hotel in the world, I might have been annoyed, but actually it was music to my ears to wake up to. And these guys at the first couple of classes, for instance, the vintage guys that just got done, and the next class that's coming up, which is the Wings and Things, those guys were racing on a pretty damn track. I mean, I remember seeing the Formula cars coming down Big Bend, which is Cunningham Corner. This is right when, if I spin the camera around and you see that tunnel right there, when the cars go through that tunnel, they're getting onto a straightaway that leads down to the hairpin, but it's not really a straight straightaway. It's got a very gentle curve in it. You pretty much are accelerating as if you were going straight, but you're turning, and it's, you know, you're turning too. And so when you get down to the end of that straightaway, then you're going into the safety pin, which is what we call the hairpin here at Sebring, and that's basically the slowest corner on the track. So you're going from a spot where you're accelerating at almost your top speed around a very gentle bend that is the Cunningham Corner is its proper name. We always called it Big Bend because it's a Big Bend. I believe in Italy at Misano they call that Grande. It's a big corner. But so anyhow, that the next race that's coming up is going to be the Wings and Things, and we'll just leave the shot there for the second. And the next class up is going to be the Wings and Things, which, like I say, is the Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprise. These are all open wheel formula cars that are, you know, big, fast, like an IndyCar Formula One looking sort of a thing, open wheels. And they have big engines in them, and they're capable of going very, very fast. And then mixed in with that, you have Formula Fords. You have the Formula V's. There were at least 3 of those guys out there this morning, and they were just having a real heck of a tussle, and it's wet. And I mean, they're on these skinny little 6-inch wide tires, and they're just having at it. So you're liable to see a pretty good race there. So then after we get done with the Wings and Things, And each of these races, let me see, are 20 minutes long. So from group 5 to group 7, which are coming up, these are going to be 30-minute races, okay? And the next race after your formula cars, your wings and things, is going to be the production race. So you have E, F, and H production, and then mixed in with those guys is going to be the Spec Racer Forge. Now there's your field coming through behind the pace car, and there's let's see, 3 formula cars and a prototype, and then here comes the first of the Formula V's. There's at least 2 of those guys out there. And I believe that 29 that just went by. Okay, so the next race, mixed in with the production guys, is also going to be the Spec Racer Fords. So there's liable to be quite a few of those guys. And mixed in also with that same class is your B Spec and your C Spec, which is those like the Honda Fit and the Chevy Bolts, or that's not it. It's, but anyhow, so there's going to be a pretty wide variety of cars in that class. And then the last race of the day is the Spec Miatas. And in that Spec Miata, there's 5 different classes of Spec Miatas, and they mix them all together. And those boys are just going to, that should be one heck of a grand finale for the afternoon's racing. So I can hear the cars coming up to power. And so let's watch some formula racing from the SCCA finale here in Central Florida region. This is Racer Andy coming to you live, brought to you by My Race Data. It is really bright too. I'm happy to say that the sun is out, and it appears like we're going to get no rain, but it is getting hot. Okay, here comes your Formula V racers, and there's pretty good distance between the 2 of them. But you'll see as time goes on, those guys, after 30 minutes of racing, my bet is that they're going to be like kind of nose to tail, man. There was 3 of them out there this morning, and like I said, it was wet, and they were just having out a good old race. So, okay, so like I said, the Spec Miatas are going to be our grand finale. After the wings and things get done, we're going to have the Spec Racer Fords mixed in with their production classes and the B Spec and B Spec and C Spec class, all in one big group. So that should be exciting. Let's get a little closer here. It's harder to keep the camera on frame, but we'll try and get you a good look at these race cars. See, so to me, I don't know, that thing looks all for the world like a Formula One car, you know. Okay, so, and hang on a second, and I'll get the race monitor up here, and I'll tell you these guys' names. And I just want to thank all the competitors that are here at Sebring this weekend. Everybody's been really, really friendly and nice, and I'm trying to see if we can catch both of them in the same shot. There's your leader in Formula V, and so, you know, just so you guys get an idea of what a Formula V is, this is like a 1960s era Volkswagen Beetle, okay, and every piece of the car is stock from the factory. It's exactly like, including the 40 horsepower engine and the little skinny steel wheels. It's literally like a, you know, all stripped down, but he's hard to keep in frame. He's moving so quickly. Okay, here's your second place overall car. That was a nice smooth shot, Andy. Way to go. All right, so there we're getting a good look at this. Here comes a prototype. Man, that car looks like it's just an inch off the ground as it comes through the corner. So, It's starting to get a little bit warmer out here. So thanks everybody for joining us. And this is the guys and the corner workers were asking me, and they were saying that Daytona is in 2 weeks. So, and we've been at Daytona twice this summer, and it was super hot. So hopefully this time it'll be a lot cooler. And if you're somewhere, that's, I believe, your overall leader, you know, and it's like he's coming up on a couple of guys that can go about 90 miles flat. Okay, here's your second place overall car. Woo! As these things are fast, man. I mean, probably by the other end of Big Bend, they're probably honking along at 170 or 80 miles an hour when they hit the brakes to make it into the hairpin, you know. So, okay, take a break and get a quick drink here. Hi, everybody. I'm Racer Andy, and it is getting a little bit warm out here for there's a nice shot of your leader. It's getting a little bit warm, but all right. We just got a new subscription, and from Mary Vo. Thank you very much, Mary, for like I say, we've been trying to make some friends here in the paddock, and this particular time we're bivouacked right here in the middle of the racers' paddocks, and so we've had a chance to talk to some of them, and this just is the friendliest group of folks to spend a weekend hanging out with, and I encourage everybody who enjoys cars and racing and anything that goes fast and to just come down here and hang out with us. We're in Sebring International Raceway, and we are at Green Park, and it's a beautiful late October fall day here. And we've had some great racing. A little while ago, I thought I felt some sprinkles coming down, but I'm pretty sure that that things are going to stay dry, at least for the moment. There's some pretty dark clouds behind us. And the wind is kicking up. But so far, we've stayed dry for the most part. So there's Andy up in the photographer's nest, trying to keep something cool to drink. See if I can manage to not knock us off air, trying to get another bottle of Powerade out of the cooler, which happens to be what we set the laptop on. Okay. So far, so good. All right. Hopefully, we're still on the air. And Andy has a cold drink, so it's a little warm out here. Not too bad. And thanks a bunch. It looks like we got another subscriber. Marcus, thank you, Marcus. And like I say, pass the word on. Send a link to your other friends who are SCCA racers, and let's try and build the channel up. We've been at all the races so far this summer, and we've been to Daytona twice, and we've been here at Sebring, I think, at least 3 times. I'm thinking this is the 4th time we've come here. And Sebring, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit biased, but Sebring's probably my most favorite track to stream from, just because of how close that we can get the cameras to the side of the racetrack. And the idea here is that you guys really get a chance to see these races up close, and feel what it's like to be here at the racetrack. And I'm trying to encourage you to come to the racetrack because it's a lot of fun. It's in Central Florida, and so it's accessible from just about anywhere in Florida. And it's a couple hours drive from Palm Beach. And all these competitors and the corner workers, okay, these guys that help keep the racers safe, they are all volunteers. They are all guys who come here, and guys and gals, I should say, because it's everybody, and they help us put these races on. They're all volunteers. They're all here because they love racing too. And a big shout out to all the corner workers, and they're always so friendly towards me, and they help me keep track of what's going on. And so, like I was saying, the cool thing about Sebring is we really get to get close up to the racetrack. And I'm about maybe 30 or 40 feet from the edge of the racetrack. And I have to say, that prototype car, that thing is flying, man. I mean, I can tell by how difficult it is to keep them in frame, because, they're coming around what would be the 12-hour course, turn 5. That's turn 5 right there. Well, what would be turn 5 if this was the 12-hour configuration? We're running short course or club course today. And so I believe this is your 2nd place overall car. And you can see he's using the whole racetrack, man. And there's the guy that's kind of keeping him honest. And there's a Formula V in between. So obviously he, in the process of getting around the Formula V, put a little urgency in now. And let's see here, because I want to turn on the motion camera for you guys. Because if I do that, then I can pull a tighter shot on the main camera. And this morning when we were running it, did you see the wiggle of that when he came into the right at the apex? I was staring at the monitor and I could see the nose of that car flying around, man. So let me see if I can. The lighting was all okay now. Woo, that panoramic shot is pretty cool, man. So run down there and see if I can zoom it in a little bit. That is cool looking. There, I had to climb down out of the truck and see if I could adjust that wide angle view a little bit. And you can see if I'll switch back to that one. And there you can see that lighting is much better. You get a more overall view. This morning, the lighting was coming from almost directly across track from us, so. And the yellow car's obviously trying to make his way around that Formula V. Okay. There's some of the Formula V competitors. I believe you can get one of those cars for probably less than $5,000. And if you don't want to trailer it around, you can have a couple of buddies help you stick it in the bed of a pickup truck, you know. And one of the things I was saying when I was talking to some of the competitors, and is that if you're racing today and you catch this later on YouTube or whatever, and you see yourself out there, contact us, and we'll give you some good shots of your car and some video clips of your car. We'd be happy to share this stuff. And because that's the way it works here with My Race Data. We all help each other. We are the makers of the TrackBox Racing Data Acquisition System. And that's a pretty open line he took through that corner. Did you guys catch that on the wide angle camera? I'm not sure if it's, yeah, that's pretty cool. Hang on a second, I can adjust it up and down. See, this is the motor drive camera. So you get a little more. That's the service road you see, and there's the barrier. You know, this is actually the concrete barrier that keeps these guys from flying into our faces, and you can see just the end of the catch fence assembly there that is made to catch the racers as they go through. So hopefully that gives you a little better context. Like I say, this morning that camera angle was obscured by the lighting, and we don't really have a whole lot of control over where we can set up. You know, we got to kind of catch as catch can. I mean, and if you guys help us get the channel going, maybe I can get some pass credentials and be able to get inside the photographer's area and. Yeah, it's hard to keep that guy tan. And the other thing is, we always try to get as many good shots all the way down through the field. So it's not just the guys who are winning the race that we'll have good shots of. Just go ahead and contact us. Get on the easiest way to find us is to get on the website, which is myracedata.com, and click on the link for the community forum, or you can go there directly by typing in community.myracedata.com and join the forum, and then you can talk to the engineers who created the track box and stuff like that. And that's an open source project, and it's open source hardware and it's open source firmware, so you can build one yourself. That was a mix sound. You guys are able to hear the cars. I'm going to turn off my mic for a second and see if I can judge how well the sound of the cars is coming through. We'll see one of these bigger cars comes in. There we bumped the gain up on the trackside mic, and some of the sound of the cars bleeds through my headset, and it's hard to find a good balance. So. But it's, yeah, those big Formula cars are loud. Okay, and so we definitely have a little bit of wind noise in today's feed, and that is it's a breezy day, but I'm really trying to. I'd like to get the audio. Really, one of the most important things is that everybody can hear the sounds of these amazing cars, because that's one of the most important parts about being at the racetrack. So, hi everybody, this is Racer Andy, and we are bringing you the Central Florida Region finale of the Sports Car Club of America, uh, Central Florida Region. Okay, so these guys have been going at it for almost 30 minutes now. And I mean, that's got to be really pretty tiring, man. So, um, I've got the camera zoomed in quite a bit there. And these guys are about, I think this is probably the last lap. And like I say, they've been out there for 30 minutes now. So that's 27 minutes. So that's got to be pretty grueling. Like I say, I've got the camera pulled in pretty tight. I'm trying to give you guys a real good look at these race cars. Hopefully you can hear them as well. And like I say, we've got the grand finale. We've got the Spec Racer Fords up next. And those guys are mixed in with the V-Spec and the production cars. But then the real fun begins. And I mean, it seems like these guys are still driving under full power, so they're on their last lap. And yeah, I've got the main camera zoomed quite a ways in. It might be a little jarring for you guys to watch that on the screen. Let me pull the zoom out a little and readjust the camera a little bit. There's your winner. And like I say, they've been letting the class champions take a victory lap with they've been letting. I'm sorry if I sometimes I got a little distracted. They let the class champions take victory laps with a checkered flag. So we'll see if they're going to let these guys do that. Apparently, he had just gotten the white flag because he was clearly still racing under power. And that was like second, third, and fourth overall. And I believe that was the leader on his cool down lap. So hi everybody, this is Racer Andy, and that was you. You just saw the conclusion of the Wings and Things race, and we have two more races on the schedule for you, and one is going to be the Spec Racer Fords, okay, and they're going to be mixed in with the production guys, okay, and also the B specs and the C specs. So that's the next race. So you have a pretty wide variety of vehicle performances there, okay? You have like the B specs and the C specs are not really very rapid cars. Those are like little compact cars, and they don't really go very fast. So, and then you have the Spec Racer Fords, and those are purpose-built race cars, but they still only go about maybe 125 miles an hour flat out. And those guys are very, very evenly matched. The hardware is standardized, and those cars are very, very similar in performance. So that to go fast, those guys have to team up. You know, they have to draft one another. And so you see this turning into a you know, a drafting war. And I can see the some of the competitors are going to be coming around here with their checkered flags, so on their victory laps. All right. So, and there's your Formula V champion, and the prototype. These guys are class champions, and that's why we're here this weekend. This is the Central Florida region finale, and this is where they wrap up the points for the year. But I want to make it very clear that this is not the last race of the year. We're going to be out here for Turkey Trot. We're going to be back here the weekend after, and see. So all four of those guys were racing for a championship. Those were all different classes, you know. But and you see how closely they were racing. So, like I say, this is this championship finale where the points championship ends and a new year starts. But the weekend after Thanksgiving, we're going to be back here in Sebring for the Turkey Trot, they call it. And that's a pretty well subscribed race every year. And I've been told that we're going to be in Daytona in 2 weeks too. Let me check the schedule and see if I can verify that. And boy, if I haven't registered for that race, I might need to. No, I think we're in Homestead. I'm not sure. So anyhow, maybe somebody can help me out. Because they're saying we're going to be down in Daytona, or I should say up in Daytona. Or from here in Sebring, it's kind of over to Daytona. But anyhow, coming up is going to be your production race. And that's the E, F, and H production classes. Those are production-based cars, but they're quite heavily modified. And they're very fast. And they're real race cars, but they're production-based. And then mixed in with those guys is going to be the Spec Racer Fords. And those are, that's a spec class, but it's a chassis, a car that's built by Enterprise themselves. The club themselves have built these cars. They've built several thousand of them so far. And it's really competitive. It's really fun. And it really comes down to who the best driver is, who the best strategist is, really. And you know what they say about racecraft. And like I say, the Spec Racer Fords, those guys have to draft in order for them to go fast. And so, you know, that's important that they find a dancing partner that they can link up with. I can hear a helicopter off in the distance. And I don't know whether any folks know this, but there's a municipal airport like right here next to the racetrack, you know. Okay, so there's your pace car, and there's the cast of characters. And here comes some of the production cars. Some of these things are quite unusual. In case you're wondering, it isn't necessarily, you don't have to have a roof in production if you don't want to. I don't even think you need to have a windshield. So some of those cars are actually, they're like open cockpit cars, which has to be a whole lot of fun to race. The picture I'm looking at on the monitor looks pretty good. And so you guys need to let me know if it looks that good at home if you're watching on YouTube. And we hope you're enjoying the race. This is Racer Andy, and this broadcast is brought to you by myracedata.com. We are bringing you the Central Florida region finale, and we are coming to you live from Green Park in Sebring, Florida. We're at the Sebring International Raceway. I can hear the cars coming past start finish, and they'll be coming into view in just a few seconds. And there's your leaders. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Woo. Here comes your leader. Hi, everybody. This is Racer Andy, and you are watching the Spec Racer Fords. There's your leaders. And I was a little bit distracted there. YouTube was reporting an error, and I'm not sure what that was all about. So hopefully the stream is healthy. And look at this. Now, one of the things I was talking about earlier was those guys having a draft, but on club course, on the short course, I'm not sure that drafting probably doesn't have as much to do with it. And so what would probably result in closer racing, so that would be something interesting to see if that was the case. Hopefully you guys are getting a good shot of these cars. All right, so that is very likely first, second, and third place. If I'm not mistaken, fourth and fifth look pretty close guys. So now that I have figured out that we're still getting a good stream out here, let me see if I can bring up the race monitor and tell you guys how it's going. Okay, so it looks like your leader is the number 20 of Tim Preble, and second place is Mike Baconowski. Third place is TJ Prip. Fourth is Craig Wheatley. And if I'm screwing you guys' names up, get a hold of us and tell us how to pronounce your name. And I'm really sorry about that. And next in fifth place is Adam Greener and Mark Silverberg, Scott Greener. Look at this gaggle of cars. Okay, so what you have there, now, just barely taught him using the whole racetrack, guys. And you have a whole gaggle of cars together. Those were actually your spec racer Fords that are like coming into lapping some of the slower cars. So, and that probably makes for quite a bit of urgency in the passenger department. So, the end result is what you see right there, and look at that. So that tightened up that race quite a bit. And you can see how much of the racetrack those guys are. It's kind of funny how they all seem to have found each other on the track. So thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy, and we are here at Sebring International Raceway and we are bringing you the Central Florida region finale. And these guys are about 7 or 8 minutes into a 30-minute race. It's hard to get a drink. That there looks like there might have been a change in the lead during that particular lap, because I think there was a change in the top 3 running order. I'm just trying to get a drink here. Keep myself hydrated. Hi, everybody. There's Racer Andy up in the photography nest, and trying to bring you guys an exciting race here. And thanks, everybody, for joining us. Thanks to our new subscribers. We made some friends in the pits today, and that was a lot of fun. And we appreciate the support. We're going to try and bring you guys as many of these Central Florida region, South Florida region races as we can get to. And we might even make our way up to Georgia if we get enough support from the racers. There's 4th and 5th, and these guys haven't been getting a lot of camera time since they're pretty close to the back of the lead pack. So let me see if I can get a good shot of these guys right up close. This next group coming through. I mean, those guys are just right up on the curbing. They are just having at it. They're having a good race, man. And you can see it's not necessarily, the races mix between each other and race with each other, and it's a lot of fun. So okay, and there, I believe, is your top 3. And like I say, there's been a bit of a change in the running order there. Here's 4th and 5th. Okay, and those guys are all pretty close. Here come your lead 3 cars. Those guys are pretty close. And here comes 4th and 5th. They haven't exactly lost contact. This is a 30-minute race. These guys are going to be going here for a while. So I think right now we're probably about halfway through. It has kind of cooled off nicely. And we are having a beautiful day racing here in Central Florida region at Sebring International Speedway. This is my race data, and I am Racer Andy, and welcome to Club Racing in Florida. And this is the season finale for these guys. This is their chance to win a championship. There's some of the H production, S production, several different varieties of production cars. And if you're here at the racetrack and you want to stop by, look for us. We're right at the exit of the turn 5, 12 hours, turn 5. And got some stickers with a QR code that you can scan your phone, and it takes you to the live category on our YouTube channel. And big lockup. There's a pass. Woo, on the inside. Very nicely done. That, I believe, was a pass for 4th place. So that was pretty exciting. The one driver locked his brakes up coming into the braking zone for the corner. And the other competitor took advantage of him and swept right around the inside. So that was good stuff, man. Okay, and YouTube is reporting an excellent stream, so I believe that was your leader, and this is second and third place. So I think those guys are actually getting lap traffic as well. So I feel like the camera, we're sitting on kind of the side of a hill, you know, and to get that nice shot at turn 5, it ends up making the shot down to the tunnel look like, and that's a little bit lower elevation here. And, you know, for the most part, Sebring is very, very flat. There's no elevation changes. That bridge right there is probably the highest point in the whole place, other than the trees. So I believe this is your leader coming through, and I believe these guys are your first and second place, second and third place. These two are, that's a lap car, and here comes your fourth and fifth place. And the fella in the orange car is a lap down, and he clearly let the leader slide him. So it's not through these guys' race up. So I mean, this is a gentleman's sport, and that goes for the ladies as well. I mean, these guys race, you know, sometimes years and years together, and they really are very respectful on the track. But that does not take away from their competitive spirit in any means, I can assure you. And there's your leader. Just, and that's pretty much why he's ahead of these guys. It's he's using the whole racetrack, man. And you can see that competitor in the orange car again. He gave lots of room as fourth and fifth place were making their way by, and you know. So, and you can see the cars coming through the 345 complex, and as they're making their way around where we're at on the racetrack. Uh, that's your leader coming through production class. And those two cars are going to be probably pretty evenly matched down the straightaway. So that ought to be interesting to see if the production car, clearly it's going a little slower. I think he's a lap down. He's actually being lapped. And there's two guys that were running in fourth and fifth. These two guys look like that orange and that silver car might end up getting into it here, you know? Just driving the wheels off. I don't know if you'll be able to pick up on this on the microphone, on the trackside microphone, but that car was just, I could hear the tires from here as he was going through the apex of the corner. I could literally hear the tires squealing. It was pretty cool. So we are probably about 20 or 25 minutes into this race. These guys probably have. And like I say again, hopefully you caught the camera kind of went out of focus there, but hopefully you get a sense of how close second and third are. And that's the same thing. These guys are trying to make their way past these production cars that are all a lap down. Let me see if I can get a look at the corner workers the next time they come through. And like I say, now that silver car was nice orange. There was a change there. That might not have been a change of position. That might have been that competitor going a lap down. But we'll try and get a look and see if the marshals are holding up a blue flags for anybody or not. You know, because those cars are between the Spec Racer Fords and the production cars. You know, they're probably pretty closely matched on the top end. So here comes your Spec Racer Ford leader, the number 20, 16 in second. I don't know if you caught him catching the exit of the curb. Here comes your third place. Apparently, they have made their way by that production traffic. Whoa, big lockup by the number 98. I believe he's in fifth place. He laid down a big old wall of tire smoke coming into the corner. I have to tell you that the Spec Racer Fords, that's a rear engine car, okay? And it's got a transaxle, and the engine is behind the driver. And so the weight distribution is not exactly like, you know, a passenger car that you're driving on the street. That's a purpose-built race car, okay? And because the engine and the transaxle is behind the driver, that means that the car has a weight bias that's very, very different than a normal passenger car like you would drive. Okay, here comes your leader, and he's got a bit of distance, but usually second place is, I mean, this race isn't over yet. And I mean, you can see, by the way, the number 15, I believe it was driving. They're not messing around. They have yet to give up. And there's the same thing for third place. There's your fourth and fifth. Okay. So we've got a pretty good race on it. I'll take a glance at the race monitor, and these guys are at 28 minutes, so this is very likely their last lap. And if it's not, they probably just passed the white flag on this particular lap. So, got some good video, I think. So in first place is the number 20 of Tim Preble, and then TJ Preble is in second place in the number 16. And here those fellers come. And this is either a father and son combination or brothers or some, uncle, and I have no idea, but I mean, get a hold of us on the chat and tell us. But there's obviously a little bit of okay, so that was third, here's fourth, okay, and here's fifth. So those guys are all running very closely together. This is probably your white flag lap, and so you're liable to see maybe one more lap under power, and that was your white flag lap. There's finished, and that's your running order as I just described. And all these guys are on their last lap. Okay, that got good right at the end. So that it looks like first place was the number 20. There he is. And number 16. And that is Tim and TJ Pribble. And here comes Mike Bakowski in the 39. That was the 35 of Adam Greener, followed by Craig Wheatley in 5th place. That the Spec Racer Ford guys did not disappoint. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a good, close race. And we have so far had a pretty clean afternoon. We've had a clean day of racing. We haven't had any incidents. We've had 0 full course yellows. We've had none. That's 0. No full course yellows all day so far. We've had a couple little local incidents where guys spun out or what have you and got themselves going, and really just a clean day of racing. So here these guys are on their cool down laps, and like I say, they've been awarded the 2025 Central Florida Region Champion in their classes, and letting those guys take a victory lap with a checkered flag. And they've been doing that all day, and I'm assuming that you're going to see that happen again here. And look at that beautiful blue sky here in Central Florida at Sebring International Raceway. We've got one more race for you today, but it's going to be probably the best race of the day. It's going to be the Spec Miatas, and those guys are racing for championships, and they are not going to be given any quarters, man. Let me tell you. Look at that beautiful blue sky in the wide angle shot. And so it's a beautiful day to be here racing at the Sebring. And it's fun bringing you guys this live stream. And we've got a pretty good number of views so far today. And I realize that nobody's going to sit through, the whole 6 or 7 hour stream. But if you can log on once in a while, or maybe watch your race when your friends or your team members are out on the track, give a like to our YouTube channel. And basically what that'll allow us to get out there on YouTube and be seen by even more people. And hopefully that will bring club racing and Sports Car Club of America club racing. It's such a great sport, and it's family oriented. These are the friendliest folks in the world, and there's no more fun place to race. And like I say, this is the Central Florida region finale, but that doesn't mean that racing here in Florida is over, for the year. Not at all. We're going to be racing. We're going to be back here at Sebring, and there's your champion. He's taking his victory lap. There's your one of the Spec Racer Ford guys. Now, bear in mind, there's 3 different classes of Spec Racer Fords. I think they're on their 3rd gen, or at least. So there's your championship racer, and that was probably the best race of the afternoon so far. But I think that you're going to end up seeing an even better one here in a couple more minutes, because the Spec Miatas are queuing up in the hot pit right now. So there's a shot of the crossover bridge where you come into Green Park, and you can see just the edge of the canopy there. And there I am. Hi, everybody. Under the My Race Data canopy, and it's getting a little bit breezy. And but look at this beautiful Central Florida afternoon, a Sunday afternoon, and just no better place in the world to spend your Sunday afternoon than at Sebring International Raceway. It was we had a couple of showers overnight, early in the morning, and the track was wet in the morning, and we had a couple of sprinkles an hour or two back, and I thought we were going to have to tear all the equipment down. It's 3 p.m. right now, and I guess that was about 1:30 or 2 o'clock, so maybe it was an hour or an hour and a half ago. I thought we were going to have to start tearing the equipment down and throwing it in the truck because I was feeling sprinkles. But we dodged the raindrops, and that was the vintage guys were on track, I believe. And so maybe that was earlier then. But so anyhow, we have one more race coming for you this afternoon, and hopefully it's going to be a good one. It's going to be the Spec Miatas. This is Racer Andy, and this broadcast is brought to you by myracedata.com. Please find us on the interwebs and get on the community forum and participate, and we'll try to bring all the races for Central and South Florida region. We've been trying to make it up to see the rally cross in St. Lucie County. If any of you guys do that rally cross and you want to see us come up there and do a live stream, get on the website and let us know, okay? So, all right, here comes your field of Spec Miatas, and I can hear them pulling out. And I can tell you something. There, a lot of the competitors are done for the day, and they've already left. And there's more people up on the spectator perm watching this race, and there are more people lined up against the fence. Everybody wants to see this race, so even the other racers are entertained by watching this race. So there's your field of Spec Miatas, and look there, that's a pretty good crowd of these guys. All right. So there went the field. Hang on a second, and let me see if I can look at the race monitor and see how many guys we got out there. There is so far 15 cars reporting time. So we're gonna have and I bet you all 15 of them are gonna try and make it to this corner at the same time. So that ought to be pretty interesting to see the outcome of. So thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy, and this is myracedata.com, and let's get into a Spec Miata race. This is your last race of the afternoon. I can hear your competitors coming up. And off we go. Here comes the pack. And you can see the dust those guys kicked up coming through here. Let's see if the camera's kind of pointed down the other way. But yeah, I zoomed in nice and close so you guys could get a good shot of those guys coming through the first time. But I want to back the camera out a little bit so we can get them going along here on the exit of the corner, because most likely, I mean, if you look at that on the edge of the, gosh, I think now I think we are getting raindrops. I think we're getting a little bit of a sprinkle. And yeah, so I hope we get to bring you this whole 30-minute race. Hopefully the sprinkles pass, and we might have to start chucking camera equipment under the canopy. We'll catch this second lap, and there's first, second, third place. Woo. Okay. I just I had to jump down and take the wide angle camera off and throw it in the truck because we are getting some sprinkles. There's first, second, third, ladies and gentlemen. And those guys are glued together. Okay, so, and like I say, we started to get some sprinkles, and I had to jump down out of the truck, and I put the wide angle lens in the truck. And so I'm glad we had a chance before this race to pan around and show you guys that beautiful Florida blue sky. That was really pretty. And like I say, we're going to be out here the weekend after Thanksgiving. And I bet there's an awful lot of racers throughout the country that won't really have an opportunity to race, you know, the weekend after Thanksgiving. And so I think you guys should pack up the trailer and come on down here and race with us in Central Florida, because we're going to be racing, having the turkey trot. And so there's first, second, and third place in your spec Miata race. And those guys are staying in pretty close contact. That car had quite a door donut, man. It looked like he must have gotten together with somebody, because there was a big old donut on the side of his passenger side door. So, and that's what I'm saying about how close these guys race. This is probably the most competitive class in club racing right now. And all these guys are very, very good. They wouldn't be at the pointy end of the field if they weren't really great drivers. So, but you see, they also have a lot of respect for each other, that they can race that closely. And so we started out with 15 cars, and you can see they are not really separating by too much. And there's 4 different classes of spec Miatas. So
you know, and the power levels differ. And you can see the guys coming through 3, 4, 5. There's the leader. And second, third place. There goes fourth. These guys are the whole racetrack. And they are really staying pretty closely bunched up, to be honest. And I don't think you're going to be able to declare a winner of that race until absolutely the last lap. So this is the last race of the afternoon. We've had a great afternoon of streaming. And because of the setup here this particular weekend, the only place where we could set up the camera was like right in the middle of where a lot of the competitors were paddocking. And so we had a chance to walk around at lunchtime and meet some of the competitors, and made friends with some of the competitors and some of the corner workers. And we got a couple of new subscriptions, and look how close first, second, and third are. And those guys are definitely using the whole racetrack. That's your fourth place car. Fifth, and here comes 6 and 7. Look at these guys. The whole racetrack, man. They are kicking it up. Whoa. Really, really driving the wheels off these little cars, man. I mean, just up on the curb, flying up on 2 wheels on the curbing, and then just drifting right out to the exit of the corner. And let's see if I can show you on camera. Like right about there in center frame is where the outside curbing ends. No, it goes all along, but I mean, they're just jumping right over it into the dirt, man. Like we have a saying about spec Miata, they use the dirt. And they certainly do. So this is our last race of the afternoon. This is going to be a 30-minute race. I think we're probably about a little under 10 minutes into the race. We got about 20 more minutes. And I can tell you that these guys are going to race right up to the end. That's a pretty long time for a guy to drive this hard at the limit. You can see him coming through turn 4. And look how closely first and second are now. Okay, and those two are starting to break away. Third is just Parkinson. Number 3 car running in third place. It's just flying off that curbing, man. I mean, he's just flat out getting airborne off the inside curbing. So, all righty. These guys are putting on quite a show, man. So that's Nicholas in the number 3. We'll have to try and keep him in camera. And like I say, at first it's hard to, you know, because you want to keep your eye on the leaders. Okay, so here they come. Okay, so first and second. Now watch Nick come through that corner. Whoa, right out to the edge of the curbing, right out to the edge of the curbing. Just, if you're going to be competitive in one of these cars, you just absolutely have to drive the wheels off it, man. Okay, so there's that was the lead pack coming through, and Malbec Ramos in the number 51 is your leader. McCall Fontaine
and Nicholas Resaputo, Gianni Mario is in fourth. James Fountain. I'm sorry, and folks, I'm reading these names off the race monitor and I'm butchering them, but I don't have my eyeglasses on, so maybe I should put my eyeglasses on. But these guys are having a great race, man. Here comes your leaders again. Now these two have not lost touch this whole race. And get a nice clean shot. Can you guys hear the tires? Can you hear the tires squealing? All righty. That's a very good looking race car there. So I hope you guys are enjoying the race. And this is our last race of the afternoon. And there's 12 minutes on the clock. There's about 17 minutes remaining. So these guys are about 1/3 distance. And as you can see from the pause in between, when I'm showing them going through the shot, and the pack is staying very, very close together. Here they come through. You can see them coming through the 3, 4, 5 complex, which is just a series of crazy S turns, and they're starting to encounter lap traffic, and they're not seeming to have any problems getting through the lap traffic. Now here comes third place in the number 3 car. And so I mean that's basically, like I say, there's a number of different classes that of spec Miatas. So your leader is in a spec Miata. Then there's a spec Miata SE, and then another. The rest of them are all spec Miatas. And so that's a pretty evenly matched group of racers. That's why these guys are staying so close. So, okay, I'll try not to butcher you guys' names here. That is Malbat. Okay. Little lockup there coming into the corner. There's third place. What a great shot. I need to put an engine filter on the camera. Got it a little brighter. And we could hear the sound of somebody getting it wrong and getting going again, though. And I believe that might have been the culprit right there. Yeah, and when I turn the camera down there towards the bridge. Okay. I believe I just set the world's record for putting an ND filter on a camera. So that, whoa, that looks a lot nicer. So yeah, so see that, when you'll see when the camera swings all the way towards the bridge, it gets pretty bright, but now, now it doesn't look so washed out. So here comes your first and second place cars. We are about half distance here, and you can see there might be a car length between those two guys. I mean, they're just right on top of each other. So, and I believe this is the third place car, number 3, which is okay. So we've got we're 19 minutes in, so these guys have about maybe 3 or 4 laps to argue this the rest of the way out, and we'll see how that goes. All right, now that shot looks pretty good on the monitors. I hope it looks pretty good at home. This is Racer Andy, and this broadcast is brought to you by MyRaceData.com. Here comes first and second place in the Spectacular class. And those guys, like I said, now we're about 20 minutes into this race, and they got about a car distance between them. So, and here's your third place car, and he's kind of lost contact with he's lost contact with those there's a pass up the inside. Let's see if we can make it stick. Not looking not. Okay, so that was, like I say, the world's fastest ND filter change ever. So with 10 minutes to go, we have a beautiful shot of that blue Florida Central Florida sky. Thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy. We've got about 15 minutes more on air, and I think I'm going to go have something to eat after this. So, and there's your leaders are coming up on a lap car. And so we'll see how that plays itself out. And that could have some bearing on how this race ultimately ends. So we'll see how that works out. And the 115 there picking up quite a bit of dust. I have to keep my sunglasses on because these guys are just belting. There's all kinds of dirt and dust. Woo! I mean, literally, man. Okay, so we had to put the wide angle camera in the truck, so I can't bring you any more wide angle shots. But you know, because it started to drizzle a little bit right before this race started, right as like during the first lap or two, and second place cars, it looks like they've gotten of this lap car, so they made it past there pretty well. And I can see, I think this is another lap car coming through. Could be wrong about that. These guys might have about 2 or maybe 1 or 2 more laps to settle that little contest. It, uh, it looks like might that might be the deciding of that race. Is having a little bit of an argument with the outside curbing, and I think the outside curbing was winning the argument. So they're ranked first and second place, and you can see that there's been a bit of a gap that ended up between those guys. Uh, yeah, you can just see off in the distance. You can see the guys entering the 3, 4, 5 complex. And there's the second phase. So I think we've kind of, and I wouldn't be too surprised if that was your white flag lap. And yeah, this turned out to be a pretty good spot. We usually like to get on the exit at 3 and 4, like right, so you're like watching the competitors actually entering this corner. Sitting around the corner and watching it from the exit turned out to be pretty cool. Got some cool shots today. And like I say, if you guys are in this race today and you watch this video later on, and I usually make highlight reels of all the individual judges, and see the car in the video, get a hold of us and we'll send you some still shots and video shots and help promote your race team. So, and there's your first place car. Pulled out a pretty substantial lead over second place. And I believe that's a lap car. And I think the Spec Racer Ford guys might have put on a better show today. Although they tend to stay on the racetrack a lot better. Guys do not quite as good a job of staying on the racing surface. So I mean, that's how it makes it pretty exciting. And I mean, I look at these cars. This guy is right at his limit coming through that corner, man. I mean, he's got that thing up on two wheels jumping off the curbs, man. I mean, they are driving the wheels off these cars. So I hope you've all enjoyed the live stream. And we got a couple of new subscribers on the video. I've been told by the corner workers that Daytona is in 2 weeks. Now, and that might be a pro race. I'm not sure. I was looking at the schedule, but if it's something interesting and you guys want me to try and get up there and stream it, let me know in the comments. And the video died for a second there. Hopefully you guys missed a few seconds of the action. It's been a long day. Second place. Now it was a great race, and like I say, that all day long, the marshals have been letting the championship winners to take victory laps. Like flag lap and still racing. And like I say, you're probably going to get to see. Great job, fellas. Nice race. You know, for having, 15 spectators out of the race at one time. Those guys were very, very well behaved. We had absolutely 0 full course yellows today. They absolutely never once had to have a full course yellow. So obviously these guys were driving nice and clean and safe, and it was a good day of racing. I'm Racer Andy, and this is myracedata.com. We're trying to bring everybody the Central Florida region races all summer and fall. And
we're going to hang on just a couple more minutes because I think you're going to see your class season champion come around on a cool down lap with his checkered flag. And that's going to wrap up a great Sunday of racing. We really had a lot of fun this weekend. And we're going to be definitely back in a month for Turkey Trot, which is the weekend after Thanksgiving. So Thanksgiving's on a Thursday, and that gives you a little while to get the trailer loaded up and get out here. That's Turkey Trot's usually a pretty well-subscribed race because a lot of guys come down here from up north, and I can see the competitors pulling out onto the racetrack to come around on their victory lap and with their checkered flag. So you'll probably see those guys coming into view here in a minute or two. Thanks for joining. Thanks to our new subscribers. They're coming around in a pack, all three of them together, looks like. Here they come. Okay, and so what a thrill for these competitors. And there's your three class winners. So and that wraps up the 2025 season of Central Florida Region Racing. But like I say, we'll be back here in a month. There's a race down in Homestead in 2 weeks. The corner workers were telling me they're going to be in Daytona. So we'll probably be seeing everybody real soon. Thanks everybody who's watching, and thanks everybody who signed up and subscribed to the channel and gave us a like or a thumbs up, and that helps us to bring you guys more broadcasts. That way our videos will come up in the search results more often, and we'll get more views, and we'll get more folks out here racing. So thanks everybody. This is Racer Andy, and this broadcast was brought to you by MyRaceData.com. We are signing off the air after a great Sunday afternoon. Everybody drive safe on the way home, and we'll see you next time.